What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. It is Monday, April 1st, 2024. April Fools. And you are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here along the Polderbaan. And a familiar sight, arrivals from the north. Today on runway 18 right. At the moment the only runway in use for arrivals. It's a bit hazy, or at least it looks like it is a bit hazy, but in actuality it is relatively okay over here. There's an area of cloudiness and rain. More land inward, and the western part of the country is actually right along the edge. So looking to the west you can see bits of blue, southwest, south, southeast, east it looks more dark over there, more few openings here and there. To the north it looks like this. Now visibility is good, it's just not that contrasty because of the clouds, but we can even see airplanes outbound to the north quite well. Our next airplane to arrive is United Airlines flight 946, arriving from Washington, 7878 Dreamliner, and somewhere in the distance should be Delta Airlines flight 178, an A330, arriving from Portland, Oregon. A very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Happy Easter. Hope everybody is doing well. A good morning to Valentine, Maria, Peter, Jimmy, Ed, Marissa, Jinshin, Stefan, Alex, Dirk, Lois, good morning. Stefan, number 2, good morning. Patrick, goedemorgen. Eddie, goedemorgen. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Mario, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Hey, Donzelli, goedemorgen, good morning. Right, let's see. United Airlines flight 946 arriving from Washington. 7 hours and 2 minutes. It has flown to get here. Oh, United Bloodshot. I am standing a little bit further to the north than normally. There are also some guys doing some filming and photography over here. Further out in the background you see the boys from Euro Aviation TV. And here also some people filming, taking pictures. I think there's also somebody setting up on the other side. Yep, I see a camera. That's a photographer, alright. I spy with my little eye Gary. And Gary does what Gary does best, diving under. Airplanes to the north. Visibility excellent. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 178, arriving from Portland, Oregon. Airbus A330 300, 9.5 hours underway. 8-year-old airplane, first flight October 2015. Good morning to TDA CAS Lab. Jan Kees, goedemorgen. Thomas, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Jasper, goedemorgen. Marian with an N, goedemorgen. Andrea, good morning. Herzlich willkommen. Ralf, goedemorgen. Ramonina, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. Hope and Glory, good morning. Pieter, goedemorgen. Chas, good morning. Estelle, goedemorgen, good morning. José Luis, good morning. Robin, goedemorgen kerel. Centaur Gert, goedemorgen. A lot of viewers already in the chat. Nice. Up next, KLM Flight 1402, 737-800, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Behind it is a 787-10 Dreamliner no, sorry, that's an Airbus A330 Neo arriving from Salt Lake City, Delta. Hey there Lance, good morning, happy Easter. Ronald, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. Doei, hey, goedemorgen. Sweetie, good morning. Paul from Leiden, goedemorgen. Jan-Willem, goedemorgen. Leon, goedemorgen. Leen, goedemorgen. Martijn, goedemorgen. Torsten, goedemorgen, herzlich willkommen. Ivan, good morning. Malaysia, A380 Dallas fan. Dallas, Australia, good morning. Ronaldo, goedemorgen. Almost caught up with the chat. KLM Flight 1402, 737-800. Origin, Paris Charles de Gaulle. Destination, Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Flight time, 44 minutes. Age, 23 years. First flight, July 2000. Flap tip vortices also visible. Relative high humidity. Remnants of Gary's dive under. Where will he reappear? Ah, there. Mighty good underwater swimmers. What was that? Was that a fish? Did not see that properly. Think that is the bird controller. K1, the VW. Righty, up next, A330 Neo Delta Airlines Flight 56, arriving from Salt Lake City. 9.5 hours underway, nearly 9 hours 28 minutes. Brand new airplane, really brand new. Began flying last December, so still under warranty. Verbers, goedemorgen. Peter OVNL, goedemorgen. Asse, good morning. Tuning in all the way from Norway. Lisa, good morning. Hanky Panky, good morning. William, good morning. Ian, good morning. Spotting Lover, goedemorgen. Luchtvaart.nl, goedemorgen. Monique, goedemorgen. Joe Schmo, goedemorgen. Tsivi, goedemorgen. I think I am caught up now. Right. Caroline, good morning. Oh man. Gently, good morning. Hey there, Freddy, good morning. Hope everybody is doing well, is having a good Easter weekend. Right, 2 airplanes on the glide slope. SAS A320 Neo arriving from Oslo up first. Quick look at the situation. Let's go. So, in terms of the weather, we have wind blowing from the south-southwest. Just a handful of knots, 6 knots, 2 Beaufort. We have few clouds at 1,000 feet. No ceiling, 10 plus kilometers of visibility. The temperature is 9 degrees Celsius. 9 times 2 equals 18. 18 plus 30 equals 48, so roughly 48 degrees Fahrenheit. We're standing over here, currently the only runway in use for arrivals. And what is coming in? An all-white KLM A330 200 arriving from Paramaribo, expected around 11:45. 2 747s, Singapore Airlines cargo arriving from Nairobi, 10:36 estimated time of arrival. Saudia cargo arriving from Jeddah, 10:55, so between 10:30 and 11 2 747s. And the king is late today. It is making up some time. Expected between 1:30 and 2 p.m. Standard livery A380 today. That is at least what is now airborne and underway. Will we see more? Time will tell. Maybe a bonus 747 from Paris, who knows? It's happened before. Did not check in detail. This is SAS flight 821 arriving from Oslo. 1 hour and 28 minutes underway. It's an A320 Neo, 1 year old. The first flight of this airplane was in September 2022. Right, let's see, we're standing a bit further to the north. How good of a butt shot will we be able to see from this vantage point? Reasonably well. Better than expected. Moped on the cycling path, passing by. Our next airplane is arriving from London Luton, EasyJet flight 22517, A320, 43 minutes underway. London Amsterdam always averages around 40 to 45 minutes, so this is nominal, the flight time. It's a 14-year-old airplane, first flight February 2010. Guest. It's the guest. Well, more guests, the more guests, the merrier. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke. This is what it looks like. Let's quickly turn back to the next incoming flight. A350-900, China Airlines arriving from Taipei, flight 73. 15 hours and 23 minutes underway, ladies and gentlemen. Holy cow. 15 hours 23 minutes. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight November 2017. The airplane behind it is a 777-300ER from KLM arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. Jean-Yves, salut mon ami. Adrie, goedemorgen. Petra, good morning. A person on the internet, good morning. Frans, goedemorgen, good morning. Wilbert, goedemorgen.
Me too, good morning.
Good morning. Alles goed?
Ja.
Mooi man.
Alleen je had een beetje zon in je boven dit bij.
Wat zei je?
Het zon had er weer erbij.
Ja, ik weet het. Ik dacht dat jij de zon zou meenemen vandaag. Hey, dank je, jij ook. Hey Jillard, goedemorgen. Fijn Pasen wederom. Ronaldo is representing South Africa. Good morning, Ronaldo. Welcome to the show. Tom Nederveen is asking, which runway is this? This is Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Meerte, goedemorgen. En zusje van Meerte, who is tuning in from her own home. Welcome one and all. RDW, goedemorgen. Indeed, Petra, it is better than yesterday. Visibility is better. And thus far, traffic flow also is better. Or at least than yesterday morning. Richard Moes, goedemorgen. From sunny Rotterdam South. Now the Schiphol has had a bit shorter flight to get here from Johannesburg. 10 hours something. In the meantime it vanished. Halil, goedemorgen, good morning. Halil tuning in from Istanbul. Henk Marto, goedemorgen. And all other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan runway 18 right. At the moment, the only runway being used for arrivals. We have a little bit of wind, few knots, blowing from the south mostly. The airplanes are arriving from the north, landing to the south, mostly headwind. Maybe just a smidge of crosswind from the right for the pilots, left for us. So you can see that the airplanes are pointing their nose a little bit towards us. Visibility is good, but it is cloudy. So big picture wise, looking to the west, more openness. Land inward though, it looks darker. We're right on the edge of an area of precipitation. That is mostly to the east of us. But the cloudiness is still overhead. Hey Isa, goedemorgen. Vrolijk Pasen. And good morning, good evening to Izzy. Evening already over there in Sydney. Local time, 7 p.m. Our next airplane is EasyJet flight 27843. And that is an A319 arriving from Birmingham. $15 years old, this one. First flight January 2009. And another A319 up next, arriving from Zagreb, Croatia Airlines flight 450. Nice combo shot of the triple and the A319. Morgan Peter. Herr Schneider, herzlich willkommen. Tuning in aus der Schweiz. Huh, is the glide slope empty? Oh no, there is another A319 coming, but there is a bit more separation between this one and the next airplane. Right, Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb, flight 450, A319, 1 hour 37 minutes underway. A little bit of sunshine in Julianadorp. Adri is saying, well, it should be over there somewhere, but we're not seeing it, sadly. The west does look better, even a bit of blue over there. Right, well, the firefighters have already passed by. You probably saw that, or at least some of you did, at Euro Aviation TV. They're already back at the station. Windsock over there, indicating hardly any wind. I am standing next to a man-made waterfall, providing some soothing background sounds while we wait for the next airplane to arrive. I think we might see a police patrol vehicle on the cycling path coming our way. Yes, that is the police. Hey, OV fiets. Familiar bicycle. Blue and yellow. Rent-a-bikes in the Netherlands. A lot of train stations, there you can rent them. So it's to stimulate public transportation usage in the Netherlands. And there was one over here that somebody forgot to take with them. Stood there for a couple of weeks behind me. I see our very first green member finally back in the chat, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Thank you so much for your continued support. You are the first green member, 12 months of membership. Thank you so much for that. And yesterday, Rick Meester was our second member, turning green. And I think Officer Rudolph is going to be the third green member. But a lot of members are yellow and will turn green within a month. That was not Officer Rudolph passing by just now, a colleague, but he did not reciprocate the wave. This is another A319 arriving from London Gatwick. Now, let's see. The next airplane. Whoa, there's a match on. 3 airplanes are approaching the Polderbaan glide slope. We have an A320 from Air France, we have a Dreamliner from KLM, and we have an E2 Embraer from KLM as well. We'll have to wait a bit. It's too early for me to take bets on which one is going to be the first. Hey Richard, thank you so much for your super chat, mate. Hey boy, neem aan dat je nog geen paasontbijt hebt gehad. Hierbij kan je zo een lekkere stol halen, alvast eet smakelijk. Which means, hey boy, I'm assuming that you haven't had Easter breakfast yet. And hereby you can get a nice stol loaf. Bon appetit is what he is saying. Thank you so much for that, Richard. Well, as it happens, last week I started one of my 2 diets that I do each year. So I will have to buy that stol and put it in the freezer. Liberation Day, the 5th of May, is my last day of my 6-week diet. So for now, it is skipping breakfast and watching the calories. Do that twice a year. And the rest of the year I am bulking. So it's to get rid of the collateral damage, the fat that you get in the bulk. So I will take you up on buying that stol, but I will have to put it in the freezer and be patient. Thank you so much, Richard. And indeed, Captain Jerry Donnelly, the first green member, 12 months of membership. It seems like a year. Well, There you go, you're right. I think it does. It does resemble a year. Thank you so much once again, Jerry. It's been a blast. A year already. Can't believe it's been a year already since memberships got issued. Wow. Time goes very fast. And also a big thank you to Patrick. 5 months of membership. Good morning and happy Easter, Patrick says. Happy Easter to you too, Patrick. Thank you so much for your support. And to all members, if anything isn't to your liking in the lounge, do let me know. See if I can fix it. And also a very big thank you to Bisnovat for 9 months of membership. Bisnovat says, thanks for the nice Easter stream. My pleasure, mate. My pleasure. Thank you for your continued support. And I hope you guys are all going to stay frequent visitors for many more months to come. If not as a member, then hopefully at least as a regular visitor. Ewald, good morning. Rakete88, guten Morgen. Tina, good morning. Happy Monday. Mental NL, good morning. Marvin, goedemorgen. Now, also a big thank you to Ali, who says, can't wait for my trip to New York in August and flying for the first time in a Dreamliner. I'm looking forward to it. What time are you going to depart? Is it, and what day of the week? Would be nice if we could film it. First time to New York. And first time in the Dreamliner, or first time Dreamliner and return flight to New York. Now in the meantime, I think the E2 has won the race, arriving from the east. And we might get to see a little bit of ballet in the sky with a glide slope forming, a glide slope shot, a 3 airplane glide slope shot. This is the first airplane to arrive. E2 Embraer arriving from Berlin, KLM flight 1772. It's now flying towards the glide slope from the east. Morgen Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet. Carola, goedemorgen, hartelijk welkom. Split Scimitar, good morning. Aaron, goedemorgen, good morning. Jendrosek, goedemorgen kerel. It's me, Mike. Good morning. Tuesday. Ah, shoot. That is one of my 2 working days. So I will not be able to film you regardless of the time. Because that day I have other obligations, sadly. First time in the Dreamliner. And also in the Dreamliner on the way back. August 6th. Might be warm then. Despite its proximity to the ocean, it does have a land climate, New York. Can get very warm in that time of year. The second airplane that has now entered the glide slope is a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York, KLM flight 644. The A320 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle is also coming. Flying base should arrive from the left. Not sure if we're able to see all 3 in one shot though. Does look like it is still a bit further to the west. Must be higher or lower then. Well, it should be turning into the glide slope right now. Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet is flying to Korea on April 24. Stefan still has a flight to South Africa scheduled. Might fly in October. Servus Herr Wolf, good morning. Hope you're doing well, Wolfgang. Oh yeah, there it is, the third airplane. Yeah. Right, so this is KLM flight 1772, arriving from Berlin, E2 Embraer. Hour precisely on the way according to flight radar. KLM style landing, keeping up the speed, vacate late, sooner to the gate. Departures taking place from the center or left? I think it might be left. No, Jerry, I'm not from Ede. I was not taking any hostages. I'm an innocent West Coast guy just like you. Late but good. Did you sleep in, Wolfgang? Well, rightly so if you did. I'm assuming it is an official holiday in Austria as well today. KLM flight 644 arriving from New York, JFK, 78710 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 38 minutes underway. And the first Queen in Dutch airspace, good to hear. Julia, goedemorgen. HJS, goedemorgen. Joke, goedemorgen. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime as well, good morning. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, it's always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's a lot of people watching and all of them are friendly and a lot of them are knowledgeable. And also, Alan, thank you so much for your support. Big Al, aka Alan, celebrating 7 months of membership, and he writes, "Good morning, boy, you legend. Best stream on YouTube." Well, those are big words from Big Al. Don't know if they're true, but it is a nice compliment. Thank you so much for your continued support, mate. And as always, if something isn't to your liking in the lounge, do let me know. Let me see if I can fix it, and I hope you will stay a frequent visitor for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular visitor. Thanks, Alan. Righty, Air France up next. A320 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, flight 1444. 46 minutes underway, nominal flight time. There are a couple of destinations. That have roughly the same flight time. Paris, Luxembourg, London, all around 40 to 45 minutes. Copenhagen, an hour. Dublin, an hour. Berlin, an hour. Athens, Istanbul, 3 hours. Helsinki, 2 hours. Bird controller passing by, also ignoring the wave. John Ballast, good morning. Varun, good morning. Draklish, good morning. Cloud FRL, good morning. Hadi Nico, goedemorgen. Ali is asking, what is the coolest plane you've ever filmed? That is a tough question. I did see Concorde back in the day, but I didn't film it. That was definitely the coolest airplane that I have ever seen in real life. Or at least one of the coolest. It's always hard to say which one is the coolest. Now I think in the last year, and it took me by surprise, I did not recognize it as a Fokker 100 in the first instance. But a couple of months ago we did see a Fokker 100 still flying for, what was it, the Slovakian government or something? That was definitely one of the highlights. Air Canada having arrived from Toronto, Canada. The sun not shining, but you can see where it is in the sky at the moment. 2 airplanes on the glide slope. The first airplane to arrive is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. A350-900, 7 hours and 59 minutes underway, 5 years old. First flight September 2018. The airplane behind it is a DHL CRJ-900. The first CRJ of the day as well. Guten Morgen, Falke, Martin, Clementia, goedemorgen. Arjan, goedemorgen. Fernanda, good morning, bom dia. Alright, what is the third airplane that is coming? KLM Malta Airlines. Have they renamed it? KLM Malta Airlines, right. Wolfgang is asking if I've ever traveled on a Fokker. I haven't. Not even traveling without moving in Fokker 100 on the panorama terrace. Not even that. We have one coot in the water. I haven't seen the grebes anymore. No ducks have been spotted just yet today. Lufthansa Flight 2302 up next, arriving from Munich, CRJ 900, 1 hour and 7 minutes underway. The airplane is 17 years old, first flight August 2006. Air Malta A320 in the background, arriving from Malta. Well, at least I say Air Malta as a reflex, but it is KLM Malta Airlines now, at least on flight radar. You can even see the flap tip vortices if I use a little bit of digital zoom. And Dirk says that if I say Fokker to an American, he will laugh in my face. Well, he will also laugh when you tell him what the name is of the CEO and founder of Suit Supply. And if you don't know that, look that up. Wolfgang has been flying on the Fokker 100 from Austrian to Mykonos. Nice. And do they still use them, the Fokker 100, nowadays? Pretty sure that they don't. Martin R, goedemorgen. Dirk, herzlich willkommen. Guten Morgen. Mark, goedemorgen. Right. More departures. Let's see, that was a 737-800 to Helsinki. KLM Malta Airlines. Arriving from Malta, A320. Touching down after 2 hours and 40 minutes. Hey there, Ross. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope that goes for you as well over there in British Columbia. Ricardo says, all the airplanes flying above Wateringen I will send your way. Keep them coming. We like a lot of traffic here. Another 737 outbound to Copenhagen. Where is it? There it is. So it looks cloudy, but visibility actually is really really good. Let's see. 777 arriving from Cape Town. Talking about good visibility on the downwind leg, flying overseas to the north. Downwind leg over there. Nice light backdrop makes the airplane stand out better. Lucky for us. Chris and Curtis grabbing breakfast. Helicopter Kestrel looking for clients to transport. The Mickey Mouse Air Transportation Company. Another regular working day for them. Now, will we get a double triple? Looking on flight radar, KLM Flight 598, the airplane that I filmed just now. There's also a 777 arriving from Curacao, 777-300. Two 777-300s, I can see them both. There you go. So on the right we have KLM Flight 598. On the left we have KLM Flight 736. Two 777-300 ERs. The right airplane arriving from Cape Town, the left from Curacao, Willemstad. In the meantime, number 175 arriving from Prague, turning in. And that's our first airplane to arrive. KLM Flight 1352, Embraer 175 arriving from the Czech Republic from Prague. 1 hour 4 minutes underway, 6 years old, first flight July 2017. April Fools indeed, Jindrosek. 5 months of membership. Thank you so much for that, mate. Always nice when you and your son come visit. I was expecting you actually today. Was surprised that I didn't get welcomed by you too. But I suppose you guys have other things to do as well sometimes. April Fools indeed. Well, this is no joke. This is a real glide slope formation. En Jorn, goedemorgen. Kimo, good morning. Tuning in from Kaapstad, Cape Town. All other viewers who might have joined us in the meantime, good morning to you too. Welcome to the show. And Big Al will send his fucker to me when he gets home. What a disrespectful way to speak about, I'm assuming, one of your children. Oh man. And Lorenzo is arriving late. Okay, well, that explains why I wasn't welcomed by you two then. Also a big thank you to Jeroen for your super chat. Jeroen writes, good morning boy, for a nice Easter day cup of coffee. Well, thank you so much. I will gladly get that cup of coffee later. Thank you so much, Jeroen. Very much appreciated. Now, let's see. The touchdown is good. Anybody waving? Nope. Just touching knobs like a DJ. More air traffic. Taking off. And it is double triple time. Our first next airplane to arrive, KLM flight 598 777-300 ER, arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. Meanwhile, also a massive big thank you to Arjan for 6 months of membership. Thank you so much for your continued support, mate. If something isn't to your liking in the lounge, let me know. Let me see if I can fix it. Thank you so much. Here's to another 6 months at least. Goedemorgen, Jean-Patrick. Yusuf, goedemorgen. Yusuf is new here. Welcome, Yusuf. Hope you like it here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Eversteria, good morning. I hope to see some ducks as well. You know how ducks are. They do like to sleep in. So far, only Chris and Curtis over here on the other side, still grazing. We did see Gary the Grebe, but only shortly because, as Grebes do, he dove under as soon as I pointed the camera towards him. Donald and Daisy are still missing. I think I do see some of the crew members. Now our next airplane arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao is KLM flight 736, another 777-300 ER, 7 hours and 57 minutes underway. The PH-GOV, 9 years old this one. First flight was in March 2015. And another airplane approaching. Is that shortcutting? Don't see it on flight radar. Or am I too far? Oh wait, no. Oh, that's the Singapore 747. thought it was cutting in line, but it was still further to the north. What is this then? What is this then? Somebody's about to get fired for using the reversers. KLM 777 using the reversers is something that you don't see and hear every day. Hey, formation flying by the duckies? Where are those geese? I think ducks. So they are here. Right, in the foreground, Tauron, flight 361, arriving from Bucharest, 737-800, 2 hours and 38 minutes underway, 6 years old, first flight May 2017. I think I'm going to keep the focus on the 747. One of two queens, another one expected within half an hour. Maybe just a quick look at the touchdown. Real quick. Nice 40s. Shoop. Okay, cool. Right, Singapore Airlines cargo, flight 7343 up next, arriving from Nairobi, Kenya, 8 hours and 21 minutes underway. This airplane is 18 years old, ladies and gentlemen. The first flight was in October 2005. Left of it you see an airplane in the background, that's an Embraer 190, KLM flight 1930, arriving from Geneva. You might hear an airplane taking off, that would be an Air Baltic A220 going to Tallinn. Let's use a little bit of digital zoom in addition to the optical zoom. Let's hope she's heavy. Let's hope she'll use the reversers. Let's look and listen. That's what I'm talking about. Little wheelie and the reversers, the full bingo card. Bleeping awesome. Morgen, dank je. Right, that was one of two queens. There's another 747 expected within half an hour from now. In the meantime, I see that Mr. Biker has also arrived. Good morning, Paul. Happy Easter. Hope you were in time to see the landing and hear it particularly. Still waiting for those flaps to retract. Here they go. Right, well, just in time for the landing of KLM flight 1930, arriving from Geneva, 1 hour 13 minutes underway, 14 years old, first flight October 2009. Ah, you did arrive in time, excellent. Yeah, I don't think I've seen you on yesterday's stream. It was a very short-lived stream, low visibility and low traffic volume. It did pick up later in the day again. I also saw later that the runway usage got changed again. Well, such is life. Did also see Marissa's remark in the chat. Next time anybody is asking Boy when he's not, why he's almost always filming arrivals, she will answer because traffic with departures can get really slow. I think that's a very proper answer, Marissa. I condone that. After yesterday, I do start to get a little more. No, that's the wrong way of saying it. I have begun favoring arrivals more over departures since yesterday, where I was indifferent before. I think I am leaning a bit more towards favoring arrivals, particularly on days like today. Look at this glide slope shot, 3 airplanes visible. Our next airplane is BA flight 430, arriving from London Heathrow, A320, 46 minutes underway. The airplane is 9 years old. The first flight was in May 2014. Let's have a look inside the cockpits. Busy working, as they should. Ah, Gary is back. Bloop, going under. Back to manual focus, there we go. EasyJet arriving from Prague, A320 Neo. JD asks, are they really going to close Polderbaan for the rest of the day now? Wait, what? April Fools, eh? 3 airplanes on the glide slope, the first one being ITA Airways flight 120 A320 arriving from Milan. And Choc-y also coming in from Aberdeen, estimated 11:40 AM. Marissa is saying, thanks for the update. The ITA has been flying for 1 hour and 21 minutes to get here. 54 nautical miles. The airplane is 13 years old. First flight was in November 2010. Good visibility, airplanes in the background, flying towards the glide slope. Yes, JD, you did get me. Well, congratulations to all Germans. I heard on the news this morning that cannabis is now legal, smoking it, growing it. So the Netherlands, which always used to be a front runner on that, has been overtaken by Canada, the United States, and now also Germany. What has happened? Italian Bacciat. Mi piace molto. Alrighty, KLM flight 1850 up next. 737-800 arriving from Munich. 1 hour and 3 minutes underway. 23 years old, first flight June 2000. Oh, shit. Apologies. Tried to zoom out and instead zoomed in with optical zoom, digital zoom. Meanwhile, hands are starting to get cold, so I'm firing up the hand warmer and also putting in a battery in my heated glove. Keep the digits warm and flexible. Up next, another 737-800 arriving from Zurich, KLM flight 1918. 1 hour and 5 minutes underway. The airplane behind it is an A321neo from ITA arriving from Rome. Lovely glide slope shot. And good morning to PTFS Germany. Guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Right. The alert is letting us know that 747 is expected in about 4 minutes. That is good news. The second queen of the show. We still are in expectance of the A380, which is a bit late today. Expected between 1:30 and 2. And indeed, Sean Patrick, das Wetter ist heute wirklich besser als gestern. Or at least yesterday morning. Now, big picture wise, a bit of opening to the north, more openness to the west. An area of rain is passing over Germany and the east of the Netherlands, and you can see it in the distance. More darkness, the sun being obscured, but it is going to stay dry over here. And most importantly, visibility is good, with great glide slope visibility, so that is absolutely orders of magnitude better than yesterday. Anyway, ITA Airways flight 108 A321neo arriving from Rome. 1 hour 48 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane, really brand new. This one started flying in February this year. Such a pretty livery. Beautiful shade of blue. Whether the sun is out or whether it is cloudy, it always looks nice. Hey, Mr. Master, good morning, good to see you again. And up next is TUI arriving from Curaçao, from Willemstad. Flight 387, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, 7 hours and 46 minutes on the way. It's the PH-TFL. Now, the first 3 Dreamliners of TUI all start with PH, which is the start of each registration for airplanes that are registered in the Netherlands. TF, TUI Fly, and the last letters were KLM. It was a little joke to KLM because TUI got their Dreamliners before KLM did. So you have the PH-TFK, PH-TFL, which is this one, and the PH-TFM. Now they also have an additional Dreamliner, I believe, with a Belgian registration. And Rick is asking about the A321neo of ITA. Yeah, that landed just now, a couple of minutes ago. Daniel, Jeffrey, goedemorgen. Brussels Aviation, good morning. Captain Eddie Bos and Andian, good evening. Did not see you guys, apologies for that. That's a good question, stranger. Why do the airplanes registered in the Netherlands start with PH? The answer is I don't know. I'm sure there is a knowledgeable person in the chat. Oh, the 747 is going to the center runway. Parallel arrivals are beginning. Means a good moment to update the ticker shortly. But first, let's look at this airplane. Saudia cargo flight 933, arriving from Jeddah, 747-400. 5 hours and 36 minutes underway. 747-400, that is 29 years old, ladies and gentlemen. First flight of this airplane was in December 1994. Let's bring it a bit closer with some additional digital zoom. Makes it look a bit more pixelated, but it's still far out. It will improve once it gets closer by, and I can zoom out a little. I'm not sure about that, Austrian Wolf. Knowing Rick, he was maybe trolling me. It is April Fool's after all. Knowing Rick, I think that is more likely. Nice to hear the birds chirping. Iberia Express just landed on the Polderbaan over here. Silver lining of today's weather is that we don't have a lot of distortion from heat, as you guys can see. Right, telescope mode off. And another police vehicle is passing by, or is that? Hey, Toyota Land Cruiser, nice. Did not know that our coppers were driving in such fancy cars. Land Cruiser. Now I'm starting to get jealous. Now, big thank you to John for just now gifting a membership. Let's see, and that was Stranger who got gifted the membership. Welcome back, Stranger, to the Aurora Sky Lounge. John, thank you for your generosity. Stranger, be sure to use the custom emojis. Hey there, Blackbirds, good morning. André, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Nick, good morning. And I see that Alvin is also back. Good morning, mate. Hope you're doing well. Alvin says, hello, sorry I haven't been around, just dropping in to say hi. It's my birthday, might be back after cake. Dude, why are you gifting out stuff when you should be receiving stuff? Happy birthday to you. Mate, congratulations. I do think, Rick, that this is a channel first. Police Toyota Land Cruiser. In the meantime, Air Canada Flight 900 having arrived from Montreal. The Ultimate is celebrating his birthday today. It's a pity you live so far away, Alvin. Otherwise, I would have dropped by with a nice little gift for you. Happy birthday, mate. Right, up next is a 777 from United Airlines arriving from San Francisco. This is a 777-200 ER. Has been flying for 10 hours and 41 minutes to get here. And she is rather old. A millennial, in fact. 26 years old. First flight was November 1997. There's a little airplane in the background behind it. Number 190 from BA, arriving from London City. Now, let me update the ticker. After this landing, the narrow body will have a bit of separation to not fly into the wake turbulence of this airplane, allowing us some time to update the weather and runway usage. So there's parallel arrivals right now. Center runway has also opened up for arrivals. Let me take you through the current situation. Well, let's start with the incoming airplanes of interest. Flying over South England now is the A332-200, all white. Meleth Aero It is the successor to the now retired A340. And we are still waiting for the Emirates A380, now expected 5 minutes to 2 p.m. local time. Bottom left you will see the current local time, the current local time. That is probably going to be the last airplane of today's show. In terms of the weather, let's do a refresh of the METAR. Wind blowing from the southwest. 8 knots, 304, few clouds at 1,000 feet, no ceiling. We have more than 10 kilometers of visibility. The date and time, the wind, 8 knots, 220 degrees, 10 plus kilometers of visibility, few clouds at 1,000 feet. The air temperature, 10 degrees Celsius. This is the air pressure in hectopascals. Runway usage. We are standing over here. And the page is lagging. LVNL, that is Air Traffic Control Netherlands, always lagging a bit. I will update it. Arrivals 18 Charlie, 18C. Departures just 18 left. And also paste that METAR into the ticker. Then it's back to the camera controls to follow the landing of our next airplane. BA Speedbird, flight 8451, Embraer 190, arriving from London City. Flight time 43 minutes, that is par for the course. 40 to 45 minutes for the London-based airports to Amsterdam. Hello there, chaps. And Aegean, most likely arriving from Athens, landing on the center runway. Big picture wise, so there's an area of rain over Germany and the eastern half of the Netherlands. Over here it's going to stay dry. It makes it look a bit dark looking to the east. The sun, well, you can see where it is, but it isn't shining. This is looking to the south. And you can see that the western part of the Netherlands is right on the edge of the rain area. Looking to the west, overseas, it does look bright and clear. However, we are in luck. Visibility of the glide slope is perfect. Unimpeded views. Another airplane arriving from London Heathrow, KLM flight 1002, 737-800, 44 minutes on the way. This airplane 23 years old, first flight September 2000. Flying parallel to it, to the centered runway, is an Embraer 190 by the looks of it. Looking at the winglets, that is an Embraer 190. Now there's an E2 Embraer coming to the Polderbaan, this runway, arriving from Edinburgh. Still a bit out. In fact, there's a 737-700 behind this Embraer. Going to center, that is going to land first. A lot of separation. It is getting a bit brighter over here. Can more clearly see the chimney smoke indicating the wind blowing away from us the way the camera is now pointing. Camera was pointing to the northeast, wind is from the southwest. Has increased a little bit, might lead to a bit more crabbing, but nothing substantial today. Stubby airplane with a big tail, this is the 737-700. arriving from Vienna, KLM flight 1902. 1 hour and 24 minutes underway. Trying to multitask. Scroll on flight radar, but when the airplanes are landing on center and I use additional zoom, really need to focus on keeping it as stable as possible. Shouldn't be watching the chat or flight radar. But I am going to zoom out again and turn back to the incoming traffic for Polderbaan. Rick is tuning out. Enjoy the rest of your second Easter day. Hope to see you on Saturday, Rick. Rick might be co-hosting on Saturday if the weather is favorable, and last time I checked, it looks like it will be. E2 Embraer, KLM flight 1902 arriving from Edinburgh. No, sorry, that's the old label. E2 Embraer arriving from Edinburgh, flight 9956. 1 hour and 7 minutes. This one has flown. Massive big engines, no reverser landing, the slots stay closed. Little Embraer butt shot and an opportunity to see through those see-through engines. Amazing. Up next, PH-GOV, Kein Banaan says. Oh, you weren't kidding. Third appearance of the PH-GOV, it looks like. Curious where you guys are, what source you guys are using that you see this airplane, because on flight radar it isn't visible unless its destination is NA. I have a filter for Schiphol. Hey, I see Sarah also back in the chat. Morning, Sarah. Happy Easter. Hope you're doing well. It is the official government airplane. Might be flown by the king himself, who is licensed to fly this airplane. Let's have a look. We must have a look. See who is the co-pilot, the first officer. Ah, shoot. Hard to see. Kingdom of the Netherlands. It is the PH-GOV. There you go. I think it is the third appearance of this airplane since I have started the channel. Lovely airplane. A lot of people here as well, south of me, north of me, as well as south of me. Has the parking lot also picked up some people? Yes, and there are also people doing some filming over there. Little dog. Now, Israel is sending the big guns. LL 777-200 arriving from Tel Aviv, flight 337. 4 hours and 17 minutes on the way. It is a 777-200 ER, 17 years old, first flight August 2007. That also helps, zooming out when reading back information from flight radar and then zooming back in when I can focus on following it. Now, even though it is the Dreamliner that is known for its curved wing, you can clearly see from this point of view that on every airplane the wing is curved when in flight Little bit of flex, though not as pronounced as with the Dreamliner. Nice to see them sending over the triple instead of the 737 for a change. J.W. Stijman is asking if the food truck is back at the Spottersplaats. Well, I cannot see it from over here, but my guess would be yes, because it is a holiday. The weather is decent. So then there's almost always a food truck this time of year. Maybe not in the coldest of winter months, but otherwise. A couple of weeks ago, when it was still a bit cooler, the fish and chips van wasn't there, but the ice cream truck was. And it had clientele as well, which surprised me because I wasn't in the mood for ice cream at all, having stood out in the wind for several hours. But then again, small children are always in for ice cream, aren't they? Hey, Aphrodite. Good morning, is it still? Yeah, 11:10. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Embraer 190 arriving from Nuremberg, flying for KLM, rental from German Airways. KLM flight 1840. 57 minutes underway. 16 years old, first flight January 2008. I'm wondering, looking around, which is a bit dangerous when trying to follow an airplane that is flying a bit further out. Not seeing a runway inspection in progress right now. Usually around 11:40 runway usage changes. It might be that around that time Polderbaan once again becomes the only runway for arrivals. Usually preceding that switch, they do a runway inspection of Polderbaan, so runway 18 right, the runway we are standing next to, so that when they close the other runway, there's no reason for them to close the runway because of debris or anything. So they usually precede the switch, the runway switch, with a runway check of the runway that is going to be the dedicated runway after that, for arrivals at least. Now this might also be just pure coincidence that not a lot of traffic from the west is coming in. I do see a little speck in the sky, so there is another airplane coming. Well, it's also not a small airplane. That little speck is just a little speck because it is a big plane still far out. But it is KLM flight 758 coming to the Polderbaan. 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Panama City. In the meantime, a little light snack, a little appetizer to whet your appetite. This is EasyJet flight 27936. And it's an A319 arriving from Copenhagen in Denmark. Flight time an hour precisely. Well, now 1 hour and 1 minute. The airplane is 16 years old and began flying for the first time in February of the year 2008. And H. Cartago says, mich begeistert immer wieder die Technik, dass ein Flugzeug fliegt, fliege aber selber sehr ungern, which translates to, I'm always excited by the technique that an airplane is being able to fly, but I don't like flying myself. Yeah, there are a lot of people that are watching that are also in more or less degree scared of flying. But it still seems to fascinate people even if they dislike flying or are afraid of flying. Nice paradox, at least an apparent paradox. But you can watch airplanes safely from the laptop or TV screen at AMS Live. Rest assured, no danger here. And nothing unpleasurable. Not unless you wanted to. Now, another heavy following the 787-10. That is the Corendon A350. Now extending the gear. Arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. First up, KLM Flight 758. It's the 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Panama City. 8 hours and 51 minutes underway. 4 years old. First flight December 2019. Helicopter Kestrel also visible. The Mickey Mouse Air Transportation Company, Air Taxi Company. Gern geschehen for the translation. No worries. Right, another regular van of the police. A couple of spotters over there. Is that Russell? Russell Crowe saying hi. Now, quick back to that beautiful glide slope shot. Another heavy, seemingly behind it. Yep. So the Dreamliner 10 is followed by an A350, which is followed by a Dreamliner 10. The A350 being sandwiched in between two Dreamliner 10s. Arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao, Corendon Airlines, operated by World to Fly. You have to use your magnifying glass, freeze frames, to see the name of Corendon actually on the livery. World to Fly, the company that this airplane has been rented from or leased from, forms the main part of this livery. It's an A350-900, dedicated flying between Willemstad, Curaçao and Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Curaçao, the sea in the ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao, lying off the coast of Venezuela in the Caribbean Sea. This airplane has flown 8 hours to get here from Curaçao. Spanish registered, 1 year old airplane, first flight April 2022. Not a lot of time to waste. Our next airplane is coming. Hey, Anja also back in the chat. Good to see you, Anja. Vrolijk Pasen, happy Easter. And happy Easter to all of you. A massive big thank you to Frits, who just now gifted 5 memberships. If you are one of the 5 recipients, don't forget to say dankjewel or thank you to Frits. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Frits, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. 5 new members, courtesy of you. That is very generous and very kind of you. Top of the morning to Evan as well. West Coast represent. Happy Easter, buddy. Hope you're doing well. This is KLM Flight 636 arriving from Las Vegas. 787-10 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 35 minutes it has flown. Now. Glide slope is filling again. I'm not seeing any traffic going to center. Oh no, I spoke too soon. That was wishful thinking. 3 airplanes visible. The third airplane you have to look at 7 o'clock, really in the bottom third left hand side of your screen. The airplanes are coming. Also a quick rundown of the current status quo for you guys just joining us. At the moment, runway usage still parallel arrivals. I think that might change in 20 or so minutes from now. Back to Polderbaan being the only runway for arrivals. We have wind blowing from the southwest. It is blowing with 8 knots or 304. We have few clouds at 1,000 feet. 10 plus kilometers of visibility, there's no ceiling, and the air pressure is 994 hectopascals. The KLM A332 is over the North Sea and is expected soon, and the A380 is in Bulgarian airspace and is expected 5 minutes to 2 p.m. local time. My plan is to stick around until the A380 has landed. And this is Transavia flight 5132 arriving from Barcelona. 1 hour and 53 minutes it has flown to get here. The 737-800 is 8 years old. Had its first flight in March of the year 2016. Big picture wise, there's an area of rain that is passing over Germany mostly and the eastern bits of the Netherlands, giving us some cloudiness looking to the east. The darkest parts of the sky, this is looking to the east. Here's the sun. This is looking to the south. And if you look to the west, you can see that there are more open skies. Definitely better weather west of us. And luckily for us, a very nice open sky to the north, allowing us glide slope shots galore today. This is KLM flight 1704, Embraer 175, arriving from Brussels. A very short flight, a mere 34 minutes underway. The PH-EXS, 6 years old, first flight November 2017. Chris Coot is also in the water doing some morning cardio. Let's have a look in the cockpit. Right. Coming in next is a 737-800 arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. Hans celebrating 7 months of membership. Do I get coffee with apple pie now, he says. Well, you have to come over here to pick it up then. Thank you so much, Hans, for your continued support, mate. Very much appreciated. Hope you will like it in the lounge for many more months to come. If something isn't to your liking, let me know. No reverse for landing. Slots stay closed. Next up is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Manchester, KLM flight 1030. And another 2 airplanes behind it. Also, Wolfgang, thank you so much for your continued support and for everything that you have been doing as a moderator ever since you've become one. 6 months of membership, time is flying. Dankjewel for all you do for us. Well, thank you so much for everything you do for us as well, Wolfgang. Very much appreciated. And it is very busy in the chat. Sorry if I am missing stuff, folks. Saw that Liwa and Han were also back in the chat. Good morning, fellas. Happy Easter. Hope you guys are doing well. KLM flight 1030 arriving from Manchester, E2 Embraer. If I am missing messages, do know that I read back the chat most of the time. If I am really strapped for time, I'm not always able to read everything back, but I do try to read the chat back just so I don't miss anything, because I do regularly miss stuff, and I think that is it's a shame. I also try to focus on filming, and I am just a one-man band, which is not an excuse, but focus on the footage first and foremost. Evan has had a bad weekend, not in jail for having a few drinks. Car damage gonna cost a pretty penny, but happy to make it home yesterday early morning. Did you crash your car? Mate, what happened? Hope you're doing well. Are you injured? 2 airplanes approaching. A321neo, JetBlue, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. 7 hours and 3 minutes underway. Brand new airplane, less than a year old. First flight was in September last year. Behind it is an A332 KLM flight 767 arriving from Bonaire. No reverse landing, the slots remain closed, as are a lot of the blinds on the airplane. Alrighty, a good start landing in the Netherlands. Let's not look at those grey clouds. In the meantime, an SAS CRJ is going to center. And Lewis says, my shoe has come untied. Let me have a look. Oh snap, you have me. April Fools. Well, it has happened a couple of times before. I always tie a double knot when I go streaming. But it is April Fools. Happy April Fools, happy Easter, happy Monday. KLM flight 767 arriving from Bonaire, to be in the ABC Islands. 8 hours and 13 minutes it has flown. Look at how high that nose is. I'm always surprised by how high A330 nose gears stay. Sebastian is taking off for now. Danzelli, who visited us over here in the Netherlands with his dad the other week. See you soon, mate. Thanks for joining. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Evan says not injured, didn't injure anyone, but lesson learned: no more drinking and driving, and definitely getting damage insurance through rental company. Oh, shoot. Yeah, even if you stay under the limit, within the limit, it's always risky. At least nobody got injured. Happy to hear that. The silver lining then. Anja also has to go. Thank you, Anja, for joining. See you on the next one. Enjoy the rest of your Easter Monday. Three airplanes on the glide slope. First up is an Embraer 175 arriving from Nice, which is nice. Then we have an EasyJet A319 arriving from Bristol. And the third airplane is a Delta Airlines A330-300 arriving from Minneapolis. Let's see if we can catch a wave. For your information, I'm not waving myself. I only wave back when being waved upon. Huh? What's that? United Triple? Having taken off from center, I'm assuming. Scroll. Oh no, that is 18 left. Oh yeah, of course, still the only runway being used for arrivals. Duh. Yeah. Caffeine levels are starting to run low a little bit. Next up, EasyJet Flight 25530 arriving from Bristol. 1 hour precisely underway according to flight radar. A319, 17 years old. First flight March 2007. And Clemencia is saying KLM flight 767 from Aruba will arrive in a few moments. 1 hour earlier than expected. Nice. More heavies, the more the merrier. Now, even in the cockpit, they have the blinds down, not being able to see us. Lisa asks, boy, do some of the pilots reach out to you when you caught them on camera? Absolutely. Quite a few. The first officer that was waving so enthusiastically a couple of weeks ago that I also put in the thumbnail, his name is Dan. He reached out to me via Instagram. Jeffrey is also one of the pilots on the Embraers of KLM. He is also somebody I am in touch with. One of the DHL pilots also reached out. One of the LATAM cargo pilots reached out. I think a lot of the pilots, when they see that somebody is filming them, get curious and start looking. So absolutely, it happens quite often actually, Lisa. This is Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330-300, 8 hours and 7 minutes underway, 7 years old. First flight January 2017. Yes. little spray generator. And a butt shot to boot. Butt shot in the making. Now, what a wonderful treat. A butt shot to boot. Also, Marianne, thank you so much for your super sticker. Bear character exaggeratedly stretching his arm forward to offer a cup of coffee. Thank you so much for that, Marianne. I will happily take that cup of coffee once I'm done streaming. Now, let's turn back. Have a look at what is coming next. Another 3 airplane glide slope shot. Dennis Alex is asking if the PH-GOV has already landed. It has. We caught it. Quite nicely, actually. Next up is an A319 EasyJet arriving from London Luton, flight 22515. Couple of crows, the crow crew doing a flyby through the screen. It's getting busy over here. You guys might also pick up the voices of other people. It is, well, teaming is a bit overkill, but it's definitely a happy get together here. Now, this airplane touching down after 44 minutes of flight. 16 years old. Rock the gas bar. Now I'm stuck with that song in my head. Let's see, it is 11:36. There is another airplane that is going to the center runway. I'm hoping it is going to be one of the last ones for the time being. Now, there is another A321 from Pegasus also going to the center runway. KLM flight 954 arriving from Newcastle. Embraer 190, 56 minutes underway, 14 years old, first flight, March 2010. Captain Wheelie? Question mark. The answer is no. Looked promising with the nose gear so high, but they lowered the nose gear quite rapidly, the pilots. Fezzo. You already saw it in the background, another Embraer going to the center runway as well. E2 Embraer coming our way, and 2 airplanes behind it. The E2 is arriving from Dublin, KLM flight 1136. Behind it is an Embraer 190 arriving from Glasgow, flight 936. And then it is the Suriname A332, that is the now number 3. E2 Embraer, KLM flight 1136, returning home from Dublin, 1 hour and 9 minutes underway. The airplane is 2 years old, first flight October 2021. actually use the reversers somewhat. This is something that you don't see and hear every day. Alrighty. Stefan is asking how I'm doing. I'm doing perfectly fine, thank you for asking. Although I could do with a cup of coffee, but then again, for good coffee you can always wake me up. That and sparkling wine, good bubbles. Righty. Embraer 190 up first, arriving from Glasgow. Suriname A332 number 2, arriving from Paramaribo. If you're new to the channel, welcome, happy Easter. You are watching Amos Live. The runway we are standing next to is runway 18 right, colloquially called the Polderbaan. And I think it is that time again that it has become the only runway used for arrivals. We have wind blowing from the southwest, not extremely hard by the way. On the scale of chimney smoke, this is what it looks like. Little bit of crosswind. Good visibility still. The Emirates A380 will be the last airplane for today's show and is expected around 5 minutes to 2 local time, PM. In the bottom left you will find the local time. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. Feel free to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it's always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And if you are liking what you have been seeing so far and you think other people might also enjoy this content, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps to spread this content to more aviation enthusiasts. This is Suriname A332 arriving from Paramaribo, the successor to the A340. What an improvement. Sadly, another dime in a dozen A330. Maleth Aero, the rental company. This airplane is 15 years old. First flight was November 2008. Get the impression that the wind is picking up a little bit. We have a few moments until the next airplane is really close by. Let's do an update of the weather and runway usage, shall we? Let's see. So, the Suriname has just landed. And there is a KLM cargo on the way, but it is expected late 4:50 PM. That is going to be too late. This is going to be the last airplane for us for today. Now expected a few minutes before 2 o'clock local time. We are standing over here, and until just now 2 runways were being used for arrivals. I think, well, this website is always a bit lagging, so I think we will see an update pretty soon. The weather, update of the weather. The wind speed is increasing. The direction hasn't changed, still from the southwest. Wind speed now 11 knots or 4 above 4. Few clouds at 1500 feet. The air temperature is 11 degrees Celsius. 11 times 2 equals 22. 22 plus 30 equals 52. So the temperature is around 52 degrees Fahrenheit right now. This is KLM flight 924 arriving from Edinburgh. And our next airplane is a high caloric Embraer 190 that frequent visitors of the channel will know as Choc-y. It is the DAPRI German Airways rental flying for KLM with the Leisifler chocolatory special livery on the outside. Why is it called chocolate? Why are you seeing boxes of chocolate now in the chat? Has to do with the livery. Leisifler is a German branch of chocolate stores where you can buy bonbons, handmade, all kinds of specialty items. And on the outside of this airplane you will see lots of high carb goodies. It is flying as KLM flight 912. It is returning to Amsterdam from Aberdeen and has been flying for 1 hour and 11 minutes. This airplane was delivered and started flying in the same month as the KLM PH-GOV Orange Pride, namely in January of 2008. Chocolate. Well, do you get a big bum from all that chocolate? Let's see. Let's check it out. I would say not particularly. Lots of chocolates in the stream. Easter chocolate eggs. Great. Indeed, quite a flair stranger. And hey there, Will McTee, who is tuning in from Dubai. Speaking for myself, I have had a good Easter weekend thus far, and I hope you have as well. Big picture wise, we have more clouds coming in. This is where the wind is blowing from. Looks like a bit more cloudiness is coming our way. Now the sun we haven't seen at all today. In that respect, nothing has changed. I am curious what it will do for glide slope visibility once those clouds also reach north of us. Only one way to find out, and is to stick around and wait. Right now it is time for narrow bodies. This was KLM flight 980 arriving from London City, and next is going to be an Embraer 175 arriving from Stavanger, KLM flight 1174. Let's see how much more airplanes are there on the glide slope. There is an Embraer 190 arriving from London City. We can still see it. Is there more behind? Not yet. No. This Embraer 175 arriving from Stavanger has been underway for 1 hour and 19 minutes. Has been flying now for 7 years in total. First began flying in May 2016. And that is the A9 highway that you see in the background. The airplane, the cars moving from left to right are going to Amstelveen. In the other direction you will go to Alkmaar to the north. Right, nice combo shot there. And that is Chris, either Chris or Curtis Coot. Up next, KLM Flight 984 arriving from London City. It is an Embraer 190 that has been flying for 42 minutes now. The Feezy, PH-GOV, 14 years old, first flight June 2009. Nice. Not record long. This probably was a practice round and not Captain Wheelie himself or herself. But it did look nice, didn't it? Now, let's see. Embraer 190 on the glide slope, arriving from Humberside, and there should be a BBN Airlines TKJ 2EA VF1. Wow, never seen this. Is this flying for Turkish or something? A321 arriving from Istanbul, should also be on the glide slope, but I am already seeing that the clouds are actually in the way now, which is a shame because there's now also a 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil turning into the glide slope. Where is, I think that's that little light in the center. That is now the second airplane. Yeah, so the clouds are actually obscuring our glide slope view. That's a shame. Don't think it is going to improve anytime soon though. Which means that we have to make do with 2 airplane glide slope shots for the time being. Hey, and this is Eastern Airways, also flying for KLM, another rental, but not German Airways, Eastern Airways. Flying as KLM Flight 972, arriving from Humberside, 41 minutes underway. Eastern Airways. Interesting. Now, next up, BBN Airlines A321 arriving from Istanbul. should be a 777 behind it arriving from Guayaquil. Sadly, still not yet visible. Now, this airplane has been flying for 3 hours and 10 minutes to get from Istanbul to Amsterdam. That is nominal flight time. It's 15 years old. Its first flight was in April of the year 2008. Why not? Let's do a little butt shot. Now, I see that we have finally reached the 500 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. And I see that to celebrate it, both Austrian Wolf and JD gifted 5 memberships. Fellas, you really shouldn't have. But thank you so much nonetheless, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Don't forget to say thank you. Dankeschön is also allowed to either Wolfgang or JD if you are one of the recipients. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Be sure to use those custom emojis that now are at your disposal. And once again, thank you so much JD and Austrian Wolf for something you guys really shouldn't have. Let's quickly turn back the camera. It is 777 time. This one arriving from Guayaquil, Ecuador. KLM flight 755, 10 hours and 15 minutes underway, 777-200 20 years old, first flight October 2003. Now, massive big thank you to John for 5 months of membership already. He says, hello all, watching from Melbourne, Australia. Thanks, boy. John, thank you so much for your support, mate. If something isn't to your liking in the lounge, do let me know, see if I can fix it. Thanks so much for your support, and I hope you will stay around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a frequent visitor. And Angry Vogel, thank you so much for your super chat for 1 bar of chocolate. Lazy for chocolate? I sure hope so. Have you ever had a look on their website? It looks very tasty. The custom emoji, in fact, is a picture of one of their boxes of bonbons. Why do I always have to think of Peggy Bundy when saying the words box of bonbons? Oprah and bonbons. Still looks a bit open to the west. This is where the wind is coming from, the southwest. But you can see the clouds are moving in, lower clouds. It is getting increasingly more cloudy, although we still have decent views of the glide slope. Still 2 airplanes, although when you're used to seeing 3 airplanes regularly, it is a bit of a step back, but this is still good visibility, luckily. KLM flight 1056 up next, arriving from Norwich, Embraer 190, 34 minutes underway, just crossing the North Sea, 12 years old, first flight January 2012. no reverse for landing. Indeed, Dennis, no ma'am. Oh man. Back in the day where you could make jokes that these days would have gotten you cancelled as a series. Our next airplane is a 787-9 Dreamliner arriving from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours and 53 minutes underway. KLM flight 696. The PH-GOV, which is 6 years old and began flying for the first time in July 2017. Now, two cars passing each other on the cycling path. One is, what is it? I don't know. It's green. The other one is Schiphol Authority. Yeah, that is Schiphol Security Operations. So we have the police, we have the marechaussee, the military police, and Schiphol Security also passing us by on the cycling path every now and then. Make sure everything stays safe here. Hey, Mr. Jackson, also back in the chat. Good to see you, Michael. Happy Easter. Hope you're doing well, mate. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. This is AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing alongside the only runway now open for arrivals here in Amsterdam. Runway 18 right, aka the Polderbaan. Wind is blowing from the southwest, handful of knots. We already saw two 747s land between 10:30 and 11 a.m. local time this morning. We're sticking around for the Emirates A380, which is expected in a little under 2 hours from now, around 2 p.m. local time. Local time you can see in the bottom left corner of your screen. If you're new to the channel, feel free to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it's always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many viewers here, a lot of them are knowledgeable, and everybody is friendly. Also, if you're liking what you're seeing and you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps to spread this content to more aviation enthusiasts such as yourselves who might also be interested in this content but haven't heard of the channel just yet. Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams in the future. If you have trouble with YouTube notifications, have a look in the community section. I posted a link there. A troubleshooter for notifications from YouTube itself seems to be working. So if you do notice that not all of your notifications arrive, have a look at it. Next up is Transavia flight 5356 arriving from Faro in Portugal. 737-800, 2 hours and 37 minutes underway, and the airplane is 6 years old. Here's a 737 that has just taken off. From which runway? Ah, the center runway. Going to Bergen. It's going to make a turn 180 and will pass us by shortly. Good test to see how low those clouds are that are now drifting in. Earlier we could see the airplanes departing, flying overhead quite well. Also still north of us, so good test to see how visibility is in the sky at the moment. Another Eastern Airways rental for KLM, Embraer 170 arriving from Darlington aka Teesside, KLM flight 964. Don't remember having seen those Eastern Airlines, Eastern Airways Embraers before. So I guess it is a channel premiere of sorts. Eversteria wants notifications when ducks can be seen in the stream. Well, I think for that you need to reach out to YouTube and see if you can get some custom programming on your end. Good luck trying to reach YouTube. They're really hard to reach for content creators and non-content creators alike. A real pain in the you-know-what. Well, there you go. Not just Air France up flying Embraer 170s now, but KLM 2, Teesside, Darlington. Hey there, Jin Cathay Spotter. Happy Easter. Good to see you again, buddy. Hope all is well. Narrow Buddies rush hour. Flight radar says that 737 to Bergen should be approaching. I'm already not seeing it, so those clouds are lower than the airplane is right now. Russell is standing guard. The watchtower. Right, I'm hearing it. That's 737. Oh yeah, there is a little gap in between the clouds where you can see it actually. But you will see it disappear behind it. Those clouds are really relatively low, so they are actually interfering with our glide slope visibility, sadly. This is KLM flight 1020, another rental, German Airways, flying for KLM. This one arriving from Leeds, Embraer 190, 53 minutes underway, 18 years old this one. First flight was in January 2006. Bird controller in the foreground, one of the Ford Ranger Raptors. Definitely not as busy anymore over here as it was before, but you can see both north and south of me still plenty of people. Looking out to the west still looks open. We have an area of rain that is passing from south to north over Germany mostly, but also the eastern part of the Netherlands might also get some rain today. And these are the clouds that you are seeing that are reaching even the west of the Netherlands. KLM flight 1004 up next, arriving from London Heathrow, 737-800. 43 minutes of flight time, that is nominal. The airplane is 12 years old. First flight May 2011. HSE. If you're wondering why am I hearing water, it's because I'm standing next to this man-made waterfall, giving some calming, some soothing background sounds for you guys. Next up is an Embraer 190 arriving from Bergen. We had a 737 that just passed us by outbound to Bergen, and this one is returning from Bergen, KLM flight 1164, 1 hour and 19 minutes underway. First flight February 2014, making it 10 years old. And there is a second airplane behind it. It's narrow bodies rush hour now. KLM 737 arriving from Milan in the background. When is the first heavy going to arrive again? Lord knows we can do with one, or two, or three. Oh. Nah. Look promising. No reversal landing. And on it goes. Ah, good news. Thank you, Marissa. Second for arrival, 777 in the SkyTeam livery, the PH-BVD. I spy with my little eye. KLM flight 744, the now number 2, arriving from Lima in Peru, 777-300 being preceded by a Boeing 737-700 arriving from Milan, KLM flight 1614, 13 years old, began flying in February of the year 2011, 1 hour and 12 minutes underway. Ah, more heavies are coming. Delta Airlines flight 136, KLM flight 604, so A330, 777-300, they're all coming. After the 777, it seems we are going to see an Embraer 190 returning from Berlin first. That was a nice dogfight maneuver, like a jet, like a fighter, banking, turning. Right, this is KLM flight 744 in the SkyTeam livery, 777-300ER arriving from Lima in Peru, 11 hours and a minute underway. The PH-BVD, which is 14 years old and had its first flight in the year 2009 in August. Recreatie Noord-Holland Toezicht is that green vehicle. Just got a thumbs up of the passenger. That was that green vehicle that was also passing on the cycling path, meeting with the police car simultaneously. Well, it looks best when the sun is out, but even under cloudy conditions such as today, it is still a magnificent livery to see. Don't like it so much when it is on smaller jets, but it has something on the 777-300. Now Afrodita is saying that the A380 is in Hungary. 1 hour and 42 minutes away from us still. Yeah, not only the 1 hour time difference, but it also seems to be running a little late today, sadly. Then again, as long as there's a continuous flow of traffic, it stays dry here and visibility to the north remains somewhat decent, as it still has been the case. We can make it here just fine. Hey there Rich, good to see you again. Happy Easter and welcome to the show, mate. Hope all is well, all things considered. Next up is another German Airways rental, Embraer 190, arriving from Berlin, KLM flight 1774. 57 minutes underway. And you can see the clouds interfering a bit with visibility to the Delta A330. Embraer 190 is 16 years old, just as old as Choc-y. First flight January 2008, just as old as the Orange Pride as well. Would be nice if we were going to see 3 airplane glide slope shots again, but for the time being we'll have to make do with 2 airplanes on the glide slope, which is better than yesterday. Still significantly better than yesterday. My God, they were gone before the gear got retracted. Now, a massive big thank you to Arjan, who just now created 5 new Aurora Skylines members by gifting them memberships. Arjan, thank you so much. That is very generous of you. If you are one of the 5 recipients, don't forget to say dankjewel to Arjan, or thank you, or dankeschön. And also be sure to use those custom emojis whenever you get the chance. Arjan, dankjewel. Thank you so much once again for 5 new members. Well, parallel departures. There you go. Also nice to see. Now, the question is, have the pilots been listening to Jennifer Lopez to Let's Get Loud? Delta A330 sure as hell have the potential to get loud on landing. Fingers crossed. This is Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. It's an A330-300. 7 hours and 36 minutes on their way to get from here, from Detroit to here. The airplane has been flying for 21 years in total now. First flight, January 2003. There's also a loud airplane passing us by, visible as well. I think a triple. To Troy, huh? Reasonably okay, reasonably okay. Marja has to go to bed. Well, it is, what time is it? Past midnight already? Thank you so much for joining, Marja. See you on the next one. Oh, A350. A350 or A330 Neo. I see curved winglets. Haven't checked the flight radar. Nor am I going to, because next up is KLM flight 604. Returning from LAX. 777-300 9 hours and 58 minutes underway. The PH-GOV, 10 years old. First flight May 2013. Thank you for your kind words there, Mark, who says top-notch camera work. I do my best. Happy you guys approve. Christchurch, it is still before midnight. Me, I never go to bed before midnight unless I am really ill. But then again, I am a night owl and chronically sleep deprived, particularly when the alarm goes at 7 AM on streaming days. Gotta take the bitter with the sweet. Right, up next, arriving from Edinburgh, an A320 Neo from EasyJet, flight 23301. The number 2 is also visible, and that is a Vueling A320 arriving from Barcelona. 737-700 arriving from Prague, should be near the glide slope somewhere further to the north, but I'm afraid that the clouds are in the way. And yeah, hard to properly estimate if it is going to improve or not. For the time being, I don't think it is going to improve. Fingers crossed it will. This is what it looks like to the south. This is where the wind is blowing from the southwest. Over to the west, definitely more clear skies, absolutely better visibility. If we had this visibility north of us, we would have no problem seeing 3 airplanes on the glide slope. Sadly, there are more clouds to the north right now. Maybe it will get better, maybe not. Not getting my hopes up too high. Next up, Vueling, Hans' favorite airplane, flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona, A320, 1 hour and 51 minutes underway. And this airplane is 16 years old, first began flying in August of the year 2007. Chris Coot is also yakking away, very talkative today and earlier in the week. there's your perpetrator, or is it... I think in fact it may have been this good that was yakking away just now. No ducks yet, sadly. Also not behind me. At the moment, looking around me, this is the only bird in the water. Although I'm pretty sure that Gary the Grebe must be around as well. But not close by. Don't see him immediately, but then again they do reside underwater almost half of the time, if not more. Our next airplane is arriving from the Czech Republic, from Prague, 737-700, helicopter Kestrel on the far left. And this is KLM flight 1354, arriving from the Czech Republic, 737-700, 1 hour and 5 minutes underway. Wind is picking up. Let's also do a refresh of the weather and maybe start engaging the image stabilizer. Thus far I've been able to do without, but definitely saw some wind shudders just now, some shuddering. Ooh, duck spotted. It's almost like duck hunt. Doing a flyby. Now, no time to update the ticker just yet because there's a heavy inbound. I hope I will have enough time to enable image stabilizer, which I did just now. Should reduce some of the jitteriness that the wind is now inducing, particularly with long focal lengths. This is TUI flight 375 arriving from Punta Cana. It's a 7878, having flown 7 hours and 25 minutes now. This is a new edition, the PH-GOV, not one of the initial triplets. 9 years old this one, first flight January 2015. Hey Niels, good afternoon, good to see you again mate. Hope all is well. Right, our next airplane is number 175, arriving from Warsaw, lot flight 263. Let's have a quick look at the weather, shall we? Wind speed just now was 11 knots, and let's do a refresh at 12 knots. Few clouds at 1200 feet, scattered clouds at 1600 feet. The direction of the wind has not changed significantly. Temporary moments where we have broken clouds at 1500 feet. Well, runway usage, nothing out of the ordinary. Where is the A380? The A380 is approaching Vienna and Austrian airspace, so making good progress. Let's copy paste the METAR into the ticker. For those of you who don't know what it is the weather. Gets updated twice an hour, 25 past the hour and 5 minutes to the hour, at least at Schiphol Airport. And it always starts out with the airport name, EHAM, one of the two international names for Schiphol Airport, together with AMS, hence AMS Live, wink wink. The date and time, the first of the month, 9:55 Zulu time, that means 11:55 local time. The wind, 12 knots, 220 degrees, varying between 200 degrees and 260 degrees. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 1200 feet, scattered clouds at 1600 feet. The air temperature is 11 degrees Celsius. The dew point is 9 degrees Celsius. Now, I am not able to read the rest of the meter, but it always says something about the pressure in hectopascals. No sig means no significant changes. Tempo means temporary periods no longer than 30 minutes. Usually an indication of temporary showers or temporary gusts or temporary differences in clouds. And what is going on? EasyJet A320neo arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Last minute turn onto the glide slope, already gear extended. EasyJet flight 27882, A320neo, 2 hours and 1 minute underway. The OELSM 1-year-old airplane, first flight July 2022. Niels, awesome idea. Just got the Nintendo. I will be playing Duck Hunt in a moment. You have inspired me. You've brought me to an idea. Well, awesome. Speaking of which, wah, wah, wah. It is Donald. Chris and Curtis are over here going for a swim. Or are you? Second thoughts. No. Meanwhile, we also have a bit of better visibility to see the departures flying overhead. So it is getting somewhat better again over here, in that the gaps between the clouds seem to have increased in size a little. Now maybe that will also result in more open spaces between the clouds further up ahead, making for better glide slope visibility. EasyJet A320neo, last minute turn onto the glide slope, short final, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. He keeps insisting that ducks are dinner. Well, not on my watch. He is already flying away. The thought of becoming dinner scared him away. Right. Runway inspection in progress. The lights are on. Beep beep. Who got the keys to the Jeep? Vroom. Well, Chris Coot being quite vocal again today. Pan Pan asks, how can you possibly inspect the runway this quickly? Well, I think you will notice things on the runway from pretty far ahead, if you don't have to focus on where you're driving and just can watch the tarmac. And maybe they are starting from the other way, from the other side, going from south to north. Might well be the case. Might also be that I thought it was a runway inspection, but it wasn't. And maybe just somebody who got a call that there are freshly baked donuts and is in a hurry to get there. But there is the bird control vehicle, and you can tell the wind's picking up. I think the meter is underestimating the wind speed at the moment. More ripples. What does it look like on the scale of chimney smoke? Well, like so. Our next airplane is arriving. Iceland Air Flight 506, a MAX 8. With a little light blue swoosh on the tail. Arrival from Reykjavik, 2 hours and 40 minutes underway. This MAX 8 is 4 years old, began flying in June 2019. V8 Marlo says, meer or minder koeten. That is a reference you have to know. You can probably only know if you're Dutch. Most of you will know Geert Wilders with his strange hair. And that was a quote that Marlo referred to. Right, Iceland Air Max 8. Pity it's back to the Max 8s with their new livery. I think most of you will agree that the old livery and also the older airplane types, the 757s, the 767s, look way better than this dime and a dozen airplane and livery. Right, another test of visibility to the north. Our next airplane would be an Embraer 190 from BA, arriving from London City. It is already on the glide slope, still a little north of the North Sea Canal. Under good visibility conditions we would have been able to see it already. Question is now, how soon will it appear from the clouds? Emerge. Answer is, we already have it. And Marissa is informing us that Team USA Delta is now second for arrival. That's nice. It's been a while. Though not as long as that 767-400 that we saw the other day. When was that? The day, what, Thursday, Friday? Before the weekend began. Or was it yesterday? Lost track of time. But we did see the United 767-400 again. Flew from Washington to Amsterdam in the summer months almost daily for months on end. Leading you to falsely believe it is a very prevalent airplane type, when in actuality it's also almost as rare as A340s are. Now, the Delta Airlines A330 Neo, according to flight radar, should be on the glide slope already. Question is, where is it? Me, I'm not seeing it. I'm also now crouching behind the laptop screen to see what you guys are seeing in a bit more detail. Oh, thank you Marissa for the heads up to Han. Hide again. After the Delta, 2 Vuelings are coming in. Well, that Delta A330neo is now almost at the location where the Embraer 190 was before we started seeing it, so thinking shouldn't be long anymore. Right, there it is. Fighting through the clouds to get recognition and be seen. BA, flight 8489, arriving from London City. Embraer 190, 40 minutes it has flown to get here. The airplane has been flying now since February 2010. Focused on their work as they should be. Alrighty, up next is Delta Airlines in the Team USA livery. Delta Airlines A330neo, flight 144, arrival from Seattle, Washington, 9 hours and 8 minutes underway. The airplane is 2 years old, first flight May 2021. And also a big thank you to Marco for celebrating 3 months of membership. Fijne zondag allemaal. Happy Sunday, all of you. He writes, thank you so much for your continued support, Marco. You have a nice day as well. But it is a Monday today. I was also confused. To me, it also feels like a Sunday. But it is a Monday. Or is it April Fools? Well, the airplane is crabbing a little bit. I think it is crabbing a bit more than the airplanes earlier in the stream were doing. But it's not as substantial as we've had last week. Team USA. America first, but the Netherlands second. Remember that. Alrighty. Let's see, our next airplane is from Vueling, arriving from Alicante, flight 1377, 2 hours and 15 minutes underway. The center. Okay, well, Marissa, if you could let me know when that airplane is approaching the threshold. I'm sure we could have a little look. CRJ outbound. Hiding behind that cloud. You see it again? Nope, just hear it. Stupid clouds. Alrighty. This Airbus A320 is 8 years old, has been flying now since May 2015. Good to see that Evelyn is also back in the chat. Good to see you again. Evelyn cycled 65 kilometers the other day to get here. And she was having headwind as well. And also no set to repair your tire if you ever got a flat tire, which is living on the edge, if you ask me. Now, I do see that Sally and Steven have returned. They are both relatively quiet today. So I'm not sure if this is Steve or Sally. Might be Steven Seagal, or Sally. Evasive maneuvers, get out of the frame of that loud annoying camera guy. Well, in that case, suits you. I will return to the airplanes instead then. Well, no, Frank, she did not have to cycle back. She got picked up. But still, 65 kilometers one way with headwind, that is good cardio. Little wave to K3, who is patrolling. Seagulls are still taunting the bird controller. I'm not afraid of you. Well, maybe just a little. Alrighty, this is KLM flight 1502. It is arriving from Madrid. It's a 737-800. 1 hour and 56 minutes underway. The airplane that you guys saw behind it is an Embraer 175 arriving from Frankfurt. Bit annoyed by the wind that is causing some shuddering when the camera is pointed to the north. Despite dynamic image stabilizer keeps vibrating a lot. Still looks pretty open here west of me, although a bit more further out now, more clouds. Interesting change in development. of the sky. Still looks the same to the east. Clouds, darkness. And this is KLM flight 1818, Embraer 175, arriving from Frankfurt. 45 minutes on their way. 6-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. Well, 2 airplanes on the glide slope, just 1 visible, sadly. Iceland Air Max 8, flight 500, the first airplane to arrive over here. Now, you might hear the voices of young children. There are quite a few over here. North of me, but particularly south of me, there are a few families with young kids. I said it before, I'll say it again. Whenever it is lovely weather or dry, if it's a holiday, if it is weekend, if the Dutchies have an extended weekend, a lot of them seem to be coming here to Schiphol Airport along the Polderbaan. In the summer months, even families with picnic baskets, umbrellas, making it a day out, a family day out. Anyway, this is KLM, nope, Iceland Air Flight 500, arriving from Reykjavik, the second MAX 8, 2 hours 47 minutes underway, 5-year-old airplane, first flight August 2018. Alrighty. More airplanes coming. This one is number 190, KLM flight 1294, arrival from Billund. 51 minutes underway. 14 years old, first flight March 2010. Crabbing. We began this morning with relatively calm winds, but as the hours pass, the wind speed has increased a little. It's nothing substantial yet, but it has become double digits now. No reversers needed, taking the time. Returning the wave that was initiated by the first officer. Only wave back when being waved upon. Big Bennis, who I suspect has intentionally swapped around 2 letters. Thank you for your kind words. I will try to keep it up. There's always plenty of Viagra in the air over here to keep things up, so shouldn't be a problem. Right, 2 airplanes on the glide slope. Shamrock in the foreground, Air France in the background. A320 arriving from Dublin and an A320 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Let's see, zoom out, fixate the pen and tilt. Should reduce the vibrations a little. Now we're still waiting for the Emirates A380, which is due in an hour or so from now. In the meantime, it is heavies. Narrow bodies rush hour, I should say. Now, what is the status of that Air Canada Dreamliner? Is it already in the vicinity of center? For your information, I'm only watching a small postage stamp size bit of flight radar, and that is now focused on the glide slope of the Polderbaan. Lining up. Thank you, Tom. In that case, let us go see if we can spot it. Take off in a moment. Airplane's taxiing around the center runway. Threshold is here. No, here. Let me see. Air Canada flight 809. Right, we're now waiting for the departure of Air Canada flight 809. If you're wondering, it was Maryland's daughter that was on board. That is going to go to Toronto, Canada in a few moments. Has lined up. 7878 Dreamliner. 9 years old. First flight January 2015. I think I'm hearing something spool up. There it goes. Just passing the tower. This is top end of optical zoom range. With the wind you don't get the stablest of footage. Using the additional digital zoom as well, but airborne safely. And now turning to the east, turning to the west in order to go to the UK, go to the North Atlantic tracks, and then over the Atlantic to Canada. I think now the clouds are starting to get in the way. Yeah. Sadly, no longer visible, but your daughter is underway properly, Marjolein. And we are back just in time for another heavy arrival. Let's see, flying AMS Live logo. This is KLM Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, a 787-10 Dreamliner. 7 hours and 53 minutes underway. Brand new airplane, less than a year old. The first flight of this airplane was in May 2023, so it will almost be turning 1. Helicopter Kestrels, also visible if you know where to look. Alrighty. Now, Andrew, thank you so much for your PayPal donation. I just got notified by PayPal of your notification. Thank you so much, my man. I hope you are watching and hear me say thank you. Also, you're welcome, Marjolein. My pleasure. Thanks for informing me in time. Now, een moment, alsjeblieft. While we're waiting. I thought I saw some stuff pass by, but the chat is going really quickly. There it is. I saw more gifted memberships handed out by both Austrian Wolf and also by JD. Thank you so much, fellas, but really you shouldn't have. I think that might be to celebrate 700 likes. If that is the case, thank you all so much for that. JD and Austrian Wolf, thank you so much for yet another 10 added memberships. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say Dankeschön to JD and or to Austrian Wolf. Really above and beyond, fellas. Thank you so much for that. This is KLM Flight 1186, arriving from Kristiansand and Embraer 175, 1 hour and 12 minutes underway. Seven-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. En de Corendon Max 8 up next. U wilde wat vragen, meneer?
Ja, nou eerst, dat is super goed dat je het doet. Ik volg jou altijd.
Ah, dankjewel, dankjewel.
Er komt er ook nog een A380 naar je weet?
Komt er een A380 aan? Daar blijf ik ben er speciaal nog voor hier gebleven. Die komt binnen het uur. Zullen we zo even kijken? Wel goed.
Ja, ik volg je altijd.
Je hebt ook de stream hier aan, ik zie het. Awesome. Hoe heet je?
Erik.
Ja. Ik ben Boy. Ik ben Boy. Maar dat wist je waarschijnlijk dan al.
Ja, ik had al
Good idea to have a look and see where the A380 is at the moment. But first, TUI, but it says CND. Now I'm confused. Is that Corendon then or TUI? It is a MAX 8 operated by TUI, but I think the CND 130 flight number should be Corendon. Confusion. It is arriving from Ibiza. No confusion about that. 2 hours and 9 minutes underway. 5-year-old airplane. First flight February 2019. A380 should be here within the hour. Our next airplane is visible and is arriving from JD's hometown Düsseldorf, an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1800. Also a massive big thank you for to John, who just now gifted 10 memberships, 10 new members courtesy of John. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to thank John and be sure to use your custom emojis that are now at your disposal. John, thank you so much for a very generous gesture there. 10 new members, that is very generous. Thank you so much, John, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. KLM flight 1800 arriving from Düsseldorf, Embraer 175, 31 minutes it has flown to get here. There's a no reverse or landing. Right, we're still waiting for the A380. I think I might have a moment to see where it is flying in the sky right now. Right, it is in the vicinity of Erfurt and Jena and is expected now in 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes from now. So that is good news. Question is, what runway is it going to land on? Knowing our luck, probably center, but that's okay. We can see that arrival pretty well from over here. After this landing, maybe also have another look at the METAR. The wind seems to have increased also on the scale of chimney smoke. First up, our next airplane, ETF Airways, flying for Transavia. It is so fascinating. KLM rents airplanes from Transavia. Transavia rents airplanes from ETF. In Dutch we would say stoelendans. Don't know what the proper translation for that would be. Let me tell you one thing, that certainly is a wet lease. Pilots are included. Transavia pilots would never dare use those reversers so loudly, so long. That is definitely hired staff. 17-year-old airplane, first flight December 2006. And next up is a big bird. It is arriving from Turkey. And also the first airplane to the center runway is approaching an Embraer 190, so we have to update the ticker regardless because of runway usage change. And Clemencia says that the A380 is already almost over the border. Well, then my flight radar is seriously lagging, but I saw it in the vicinity of Erfurt and Jena just now. Still in the center of the country. Are you sure, Clemencia? about the A380? Or is that maybe a triple from Emirates? That would be nice, seeing a triple. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul. A330-300. 3 hours and 8 minutes it has flown to get here. That is a nominal flight time. Istanbul, roughly 3 hours away from here. The airplane is 8 years old. First flight was in February 2016. Meanwhile, parallel arrivals have begun. Our next airplane is over there in the distance. Let's do an update of both runway usage and of the METAR in the meantime. First things first, let's check the weather. And interestingly, it says 11 knots wind still. I don't buy that. I do get the feeling it is a bit more. Scattered clouds at 1700 feet, scattered clouds at 2500 feet, still 10 plus kilometers of visibility. Check. Waarvan akte, as we would say in Dutch. LVNL website is always lagging. We already see the airplanes going to center, so let's just update the ticker with the latest METAR and change runway usage. Then it is back to the camera controls for the next airplane that is slowly but surely getting here. Right, here we go again. Let's see. Coming our way is an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Manchester. Flying parallel to it, a little ahead of it, is an E2 Embraer that is arriving from Munich, going to center. The E2 is passing us by in the distance. Arriving from Munich, KLM flight 1852. About to touch down over here, we have EasyJet flight 22163. Europe car livery. Nice advertisement. Arriving from Manchester, where this airplane departed from 53 minutes ago. 4 years old, first flight October 2019. Departure from 18 left. Furthest removed runway from over here, from where we are standing. Now, I do get the impression that visibility to the north has improved a little bit since it got worse. Question is, will we be able to test that with 3 airplanes on the glide slope? At the moment there are just 2. Or are there? No, still 2. Yeah, and we can see both of them. Just wondering if there would be 3, if we could see the third one as well. Grabbing our way is Delta Airlines, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, flight 164, A330-300, 8 hours and a minute, 2 minutes underway now. Grace Kelly says, bye bye boy, thanks for the nice stream. Bye bye Grace, enjoy the rest of your day and hope to see you on the next one. bird controller is also coming this way. This airplane is 16 years old, first flight July 2007. Will it get loud? Fingers crossed. Absolutely yes. Nice. Right. In the meantime, KLM flight 1270 arriving from Copenhagen, Denmark, 737-800, 57 minutes underway, 13 years old, first flight November 2010. Meanwhile, there's also a KLM 737 coming to the Polderbaan, arriving from Manchester. This is KLM flight 1032, arriving from Manchester. Departed from Manchester 15 minutes ago. This 737-800 is 16 years old and began flying for the first time in March of the year 2008. Jitse, goedemiddag. And Elias, good morning. Tuning in from Brazil, where it is still early. Welcome to the show, mate. Right, let's see, now we have a pair of Embraers. E2 Embraer is coming to Polderbaan. Embraer 190 is going to the center runway. And looking closely, we're going to get two consecutive E2 Embraers on Polderbaan, in fact. One from Bordeaux, one from Toulouse. The Embraer 190 to center is from BA, arriving from London City. Speedbird flight 635. Oh, bird controller in a hurry. Damn, homie is in a hurry indeed. Wonder why. I wonder why. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, BA, arrival from London City. Flight 635, 40 minutes. This airplane is now underway. It's an Embraer 190 long range, 12 years old. First flight of this airplane was in January 2012. And arriving on Polderbaan, the first of two consecutive E2 Embraer 195s. This one is KLM flight 1442, arriving from Bordeaux. 1 hour and 23 minutes it has flown to get here, and the airplane has been flying now in total since January 2021, making it 3 years old. Yet another no reverser landing. Now, another A330 outbound to Minneapolis has just taken off, and I'm looking to see if I can spot it, but no luck just yet. Right, another E2 Embraer 195. This one has the 1700th E-Jet sticker on it, which is useless to us because it's on the left-hand side of the airplane. It's a unilaterally placed sticker, not symmetric. We don't get to see it from this side. So we know it, but we cannot see it. This airplane is arriving from Toulouse and has been flying for 1 hour 28 minutes to get here. The airplane itself, relatively new, as all E2s are. This one began flying in September of the year 2022. Could be. Maybe get the sticker at the exit, but it will have to make a significant turn. Well, if it vacates the runway area in total and goes to the main platform area, then we might get to see the sticker. But it is also a very tiny sticker, Wolfgang. The wing is in the way, the stupid wing is in the way. No, wait, there it is, there it is. Wow, oh, such a beautiful sticker. Totally worth it. You're right, Wolfgang, we were able to see it in the end. Was it worth it? I don't think so necessarily. What is interesting is that the clouds over here are nowhere near as numerous as they are over there, so it does look like slowly but surely things are getting better. And if they're getting better over here, then I'm sure that they are going to get better in the north as well pretty soon. For now, there's only one airplane on the glide slope, an Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes, which is the first of a couple that are coming. It is once again narrow body rush hour to both runways. At the moment over here, the 737-900 from KLM in the SkyTeam livery is approaching the center runway. Quick look at it. Which is better, with or without image stabilizer. I'm not too happy with image stabilizer today. Let's just see. Taking it off again. Donald and Daisy. Formation flying. Never lose track of your wingman. And so they don't. Right, another airplane approaching, and it is an Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes. This is KLM flight 1420. 1 hour and 13 minutes underway. It's the PH-GOV. 10 years old, this one. First flight October 2013. Now back to having the image stabilizer disengaged. Oh, waving first officer only to the people north of me. You mofo. Guy, please be consistent. I feel that everybody standing south of me feels left out. Only the people north of us have gotten a wave. Then again, such is life. Now, A380 is expected in 30 or so minutes from now. I think I can already guess which runway it is going to be assigned to, but if somebody can have a look on omgevingsinfo and let us know in the chat, probably know it already. Nah, this is also shaky. Then again, image stabilizer does not necessarily improve this part of the footage. Let's see if standard maybe does better. Had dynamic on earlier. So it's a bit of tweaking to see what works best in any given wind condition. From one 737 to the next. Stubby 737-700 going to center. And another E2 is coming in. The E2 fleet is coming home. This E2 Embraer is arriving from Geneva, KLM flight 1932. 1 hour and 13 minutes underway. 1-year-old airplane, first flight May 2022. Another sip of vodka here. Have to keep warm. Because Lord knows summer is still far away from the Netherlands. Let's see, this is the PH-NXL Nixel. 1-year-old airplane. First flight May 2022. Let's see, Top Air Portugal is behind it. An A319 arriving from Lisbon, which I can already see if I look over the camera. Little butt shot and see through those see-through engines. Top Air Portugal A319 up next, arriving from Lisbon. There it is. Flight 668. It has been flying for 2 hours and 35 minutes to get here from Portugal. The airplane has been flying now for 21 years already. First flight was in May 2002. Dennis says, "What guy? You still have to drive, don't you, boy? Or have you gotten a driver in the meantime?" Man, if there's one thing that I can do best, it is drinking and driving. It's one of my specialties. Particularly through the busy Keukenhof traffic in my residential area. Impossible to drive fast. Traffic jams all over the place with tour buses, people standing on cycling paths, taking pictures of hyacinths and tulips and narcissus. No, narcissus flowers. What are they called? Just know the people narcissists, of which there are too many. Okay, thanks Jendrosek for not unexpected news, but Polderbaan is not the recipient of the A380 today. It will go to center. Topper Portugal doing a low-key wheelie. Well, time for a butt shot then. Right, let's see what is up. It is a Bombardier C Series 300, these days called A220s. It's Air France flight 1740, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, 47 minutes underway. The airplane a year old, first flight April 2022. Well, standard image stabilizer also doesn't seem to be doing a lot to mitigate the wind shudder. Maybe go back to the original plan and go for the dynamic mode. I think the airplane does look better when it is a bit more colorful, such as when you look at the Air Baltics. But still, it is a very sleek airplane. Yes, Alil, it is an A220. Absolutely. Right, quick adjustment of image stabilizer, going from standard to dynamic. Nice pair of airplanes there. It's almost like an A350 and an Airbus A320, but this is of course the A220 just in the foreground. Right, 777 from Qatar, going to the wrong runway, sadly. But we will have a close look at it once it gets closer by. First, little appetizer, another Embraer 190, this one from KLM, arriving from Stavanger, flight 1176. 1 hour and 20 minutes underway, the Fexa PH-EXA. 10 years old, first flight December 2013. In the meantime, going to runway center, Qatar flight 273, arriving from Doha. nearly at 400 times digital zoom in addition to 20 times optical zoom. Then every little vibration gets magnified, which I find very disturbing. The disturbance is disturbing. So let's go back to the top end of optical zoom for now. 777-300 ER, 6 hours and 11 minutes underway. 11-year-old airplane, first flight February 2013. Maybe get back a little bit of additional zoom. There we go. Taking off from 18 left. Another Embraer has just touched down over here. And the next airplane to arrive on Polderbaan is EasyJet flight 28676, arriving from London Gatwick, A319, 41 minutes underway. The OE LQF, 15 years old, first flight March 2009. And was there another airplane visible? No. Yes, just two. Crabbing the airplanes are doing has increased a little compared with the beginning of the stream. The wind is picking up, even though flight radar, the meter says 11 knots. It's definitely a bit more windy now than it was at the beginning of the stream. This is the EasyJet A319 arriving from London Gatwick, and let's see, there is a Norwegian that is also going to the center runway. Is that UNICEF? It is the UNICEF livery. They're not flying very synchronous, that you can switch from one airplane to the next today. Their timing is a bit off. Sometimes they fly really nicely right behind each other so that you can film the landing of one and then transition to the next. They're leaving a bit of gaps. Next up is KLM flight 1200 arriving from Oslo, 737-800. In the meantime, also KLM 737-800 is arriving on the Polderbaan, arriving from Barcelona. Since that is closer by, let's switch to it. KLM flight 1512, 1 hour and 46 minutes, 47 minutes underway, the PH-GOV. 24 years old, first flight June 1999, a true millennial. In the meantime, I'm starting to pinch out a little. Well, multitasking, not a good idea. I was about to say, pinching out a little on flight radar, on my flight radar screen to see where the A380 is at right now. And the answer is Lelystad. Also see that the LL triple is returning to Tel Aviv in the vicinity of Amersfoort right now. Alright, the A380 Lelystad. 777 arriving from Sao Paulo. Will that be going here or Are we getting screwed? Erik says 18 right is closed for a short time due bird control. Okay. Also something that we have seen before. Moments where all inbound traffic is going to the center runway. That is making it easier in that you know where you need to look for the next traffic and you don't have to look to glide slopes. Silver lining, but obviously would have loved to see everything coming to Polderbaan instead. Still quite busy here, keeps getting more busy. People over here and also further. Quite a few people have gathered here at Polderbaan, as is often the case. Transavia 737-800 flight 5072 arriving from Tromsø. 2 hours and 52 minutes. It is underway now. 6 years old, first flight April 2017. The bird controller doing its thing. K3. More airplanes going to center. Another 737 up next. KLM flight 1138, an 800 series. Returning from Dublin, Ireland. 1 hour and 4 minutes underway. PH-BXU, 17 years old. First flight April 2006. Here too you can see the flex of the wings. So it's not just the Flying AMS Live logos with curved wings, but you need to look in the right perspective from the right angle. And it is true that it is more pronounced on the Dreamliners, that is definitely true. Now, I see we have reached 800 likes. Thank you all so much for that. I think that is also something that Aphrodite just now celebrated with her super chat. She writes 800 likes. Thank you all. Couldn't agree more. Thank you all so much for 800 likes. Glad that you are enjoying what you guys are seeing. Now, quick back to the camera. 777-300ER going to the wrong runway. KLM flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo, Brazil. 10 hours and 45 minutes ago this airplane left from Brazil and it is about to land in a minute or so from now. PH-GOV, which is 11 years old and began flying for the first time in June of the year 2012. Looking up and around me, it is a bit brighter over here. It's almost as if the sun is nearly trying to come through the clouds. Question is that really the case, or is it just wishful thinking? The sun is still obscured, but generally speaking it does look a bit brighter than it did before. But the clouds keep persisting. Now also a massive big thank you to Wolfgang, who totally unnecessarily gifted 5 more memberships. Mate, you're doing more than enough as it is already as a moderator. Stop it now, that's more than enough. Thank you, Wolfgang. Really, you shouldn't have. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say Dankeschön, Herr Wolf. The Wolf of Linz. Dankeschön. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Now, EasyJet A319 arriving from Milan. Oh! Not a speed bird, but a speed bird controller. Not sure what it is today that they are so fastly, driving so quickly left and right. Let's see what is coming. The A380 is turning final, being preceded by 2 more airplanes, and the Dash 8 of the Coast Guard. Well, no, that is already too far out. Let's see. First, let's first find one airplane going to center. Okay, so that is one. The Transavia. KLM should be behind it, arriving from London Heathrow. Can we see it already? Do I see it visually? I do. Further to the right, to the left. Okay. 737 arriving from London Heathrow, and then even further to the north should be the A380 somewhere. I think it is impossible to see because of the clouds right now. Only thing we can do is wait. What was the other airplane? Here. So probably somewhere over there is where it should appear. Polderbaan also seems to be reopening. Vueling A320neo, first airplane to come this way, flying parallel to the A380. I've now pointed the camera in the location where I think we should see the A380 once it does arrive, once it does emerge from the clouds. Right. Question is, where is it? It It's interesting to see that the viewers numbers are dropping, in fact, when normally they are rising sharply when the A380 approaches. Day of strange things. Got it. There it is. Emirates A380 flight 147 arriving from Dubai late today. Number 6 on flight radar, 744 people are tracking it. 6 hours and 37 minutes underway as we speak. That is par for the course. So it did not incur a lot of delay during the flight, but it started late with its flight today. The airplane is 8 years old. It is the standard livery, the current standard livery, the majority of the current standard livery. Not yet the ribbon tail. 8-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. Right, maybe we get a combo shot with the Vueling. Only briefly. Was already too low for a perfect combo shot. Are also hearing the reversers. Five to 6 seconds of delay between seeing the slots of the reversers close and the sound of the winding down of the reversers. Luckily it's not too warm today, not a lot of vibrations in the sky due to the heat. We've got helicopter Kestrel here as well. And we have a CRJ that is now number 2. Now let's have a look then and watch the landing of the CRJ as well. Make that the last airplane of today's show. Where is it? There it is. Lufthansa CRJ 900 flight 992 arriving from Frankfurt. 59 minutes on the way. CRJ 900 long range. The last airplane of the day. 14 years old. First flight August 2009. And after that, it is time to head back home. See if I can get there without running into traffic jams. hopefully be back on Thursday, but last time I checked the weather predictions, Thursday and Friday I saw rainy clouds. Saturday and Sunday seem to be more promising. Now, hopefully Saturday Rick is going to come over from the north of the Netherlands to join me. I always have an additional mic with me, so who knows, he might be co-hosting again. Would be nice. Last time was great fun. Also, this Thursday, the 4th, on NPO2, the first of 2 episodes of Pointer about noise. Interview with the boys from Euro Aviation TV will be in the episode of this Thursday. The crew that filmed for that day also took a few shots of me filming, live streaming. Might be featured, might be edited out. The crew that did the interview with me is for the episode of the 11th. Pointer NPO2. I did post a URL where you might be able to find the episodes. Sadly, they don't post them on YouTube, which means there is no auto translation available for people who don't speak Dutch, sadly. It is the last airplane of the day. I am going to wrap it up now. Thank you all so much for joining me here. It's been a wonderful Easter Monday. I hope you guys had as much fun as I have. Thank you all so much for watching. If you like what you saw but you haven't already, don't forget to drop another like. It really helps to spread this content to other people such as yourselves who might be into streams such as this. Also, if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. Thank you all so much for your views, your likes and support. Thanks for the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships, for becoming a member yourself. Thank you for the merch store purchases and the PayPal donations. Without you guys, this channel would not be nothing. Thank you all so much for that. Moderators, thank you also once again for yet another nice live stream, welcoming to people and keeping it safe and friendly. See you on the next one. Be safe for now and enjoy the rest of your Easter Monday if you're living somewhere where the day is not over just yet. I'm gonna wrap it up now, say bye for now and see you on the next one. Till soon, ciao!